Great. All right, a quick update here on the weather hold. We're going to push it another 15 minutes. Still a little too breezy out there. We want the best riding conditions out there for you guys. So I'll update you again another 15 minutes. I think at right about 9:30, these winds are supposed to shift. I promise you it's going to get smooth and buttery out there. So we want to delay it till we get the best conditions out there. If you're needing any water, we have some water sale going on over here, right next to the CWSA table. Tom and Peggy are sitting there, and you can buy a bottle of water for, I believe it's a dollar donation to the CWSA. Thank you. Good morning, Joe. How you doing? Looking good, buddy. Give it up for Joe. He's going to be our patrol guy out there today. Thank you, Joe. All right, everybody. A quick update here. As you can tell, the winds are starting to shift a little bit. That's good. That's in our favor. It's going to be nice and buttery out here pretty soon. So we're going to get underway. Plan on national anthem will happen at 9:45, and we'll start the riding right after that. So please get prepared. We'll have the judges in the first division. The first division off the dock today will be the amateur female surf division. Judges, please. Han, gather your team, please. Nina, Kenta, and Dawn will scribe. Start heading to the boat. It'll be out there on the end of 𝐓𝐡𝐞. And good luck to you. Amateur female surf, start getting warmed up. We've got 𝐸𝐴 Bentley Schaefer, Cohen Sun, Manon, is it Digil? And Heather, Carly Reitenbach, and Heather Haney. Amateur female surf division will get underway soon.
Y'all ready for this? Check out the bass, bass. Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this?
All right, so Chris Stapleton.
Yeah, just hit the button. Turn it off.
should talk about doing that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand, remove your cover for the playing of the national anthem of the United States of America.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? Oh, so proudly we hailed at the twilight's gleaming, whose broad strides and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular above singing can't through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this Competitive Wake Surf Association World Championship 2025 edition, brought to you by the CWSA. Let's get underway. Our first division is the amateur female surf division. Let's get loaded up on the jet skis. 𝐓𝐡𝐞 first on the jet ski. And then Bentley Schaefer, Cohen Sun, Manon, Carly, and Heather last to go. The amateur female surf division will have 2 heats today. 2 heats of 3 riders. with 𝐓𝐡𝐞, Bentley, Cohen, and Heat 1. Heat 2 is Manon, Carly, and Heather. The top 2 from each heat will advance to the finals. Check. And here we go. We are underway. First rider coming out of the water from Chinese Taipei, 𝐓𝐡𝐞, 14 years old. The rope goes into the boat, and as she approaches that start buoy, The judging begins. Okay, 𝐲𝐶 goes down. Might have been something wrong with the wave. Boat will turn around and pick her up. Okay, 𝐲𝐶, plenty of course left to go. She gets picked back up. Wave is formed. She gets rid of the rope and the judging will begin. Starts in the back of the wave, little ollie in the flats, testing the wave out. Asks for a little adjustment, wants it a little bit smaller. Doing some good carves, showing some good control with her board. And she goes down again. The boat will continue to the end of the course. Jet ski will pick her up and take her to the boat. Course is 50 seconds long, about 1,000 feet from buoy to buoy. Riders get about a 10-second run-up. Once they throw the rope in the boat, the judging begins. Scoring is based on what we call the DIVE system. DIVE acronym stands for difficulty, intensity, variety, and execution. Rider gets points from 1 to 10 in each category, and those points are added together. Obviously, the one with the highest points will move on in that division. 𝐲𝐶 started wake surfing in 2022 and began competing in 2025. She has a shout out for Cohen and Anita. Those are her wake surfing coaches. And a big shout out to her parents for talking me into going to Arizona. We're glad you made it. We're glad that your parents talked you into coming. We're hoping you have a great competition, have a lot of fun out here. Okay. 𝐲𝐶 gets pulled up for her second pass. The rope is in the boat. She gets down, does a little knee down in the back of the wave, showing the judges that she likes to have fun out here wake surfing. So Cohen is a regular rider, riding on the left side of the boat. She does go down. She's got plenty of course left, and one more fall in her second pass. 𝐲𝐶 would like to share her best wake surf story as she had a failed attempt at a 360 a few years ago. And when she fell, she got hit by a fish right in the face. All right, rope is back in the boat. About halfway down the course. And she does go down. That'll be her last fall in her second pass. But let's give it up for 𝐓𝐡𝐞. Great job making it to the World Championships. And we hope you enjoy your time here in Arizona. On deck, we have Bentley Schaefer. All right, in the water is Bentley Schaefer. Bentley's 13-year-old from right here in Peoria, Arizona. In fact, her home lake is right here on Lake Pleasant. She likes to do a lot of her surfing right out in Jackass Cove, which is just on the other side of this lake. And here she comes. She's out of the water. That beautiful Nautique G23, that steel blue paint. All right, the rope is in the boat. She's coming across that start buoy. Let's see what she has for us. Doing some good bottom turns out into the flats. Good snap turn. Another good snap turn, showing some good intensity. Gets to the back of the wave. Does a small ollie. A floater up on top and chop hop down to the bottom. Goes to the back of the wave, builds up some speed, goes for another ollie, lands on top, and then chop hop off. A nice little combination. Judges like that combination. Another big chop hop. Keeping busy. Judges love to see that, staying busy. Approaching that end buoy, goes for the 360. Can she pump it back in? Don't give up, Bentley. Don't give up. Keep going. Don't give up. Oh, I think the just goes down. I bet she's going to try that again. I have a feeling she may get it next time. Mom and Dad, could that be her first 360 in competition if she lands it? Oh, yeah, we're going to be cheering for her. Speaking of Mom and Dad, she does want to give a big shout out to Mom and Dad, who always reminds me that even though I am tiny, I am mighty. Also, she wants to shout out to her sponsor, Vibes Wakesurfing. Thank you very much. She's a great ambassador to the sport. Up-and-coming star, we hope. Bentley has a good podium history. She's got a few third-place finishes, and a couple of those right here in the Bill Bishop tournament right here on Lake Pleasant. All right, the jet ski has picked her up. We'll take her to the end of the course, and she'll get started for her second pass. While we're waiting for Bentley to get set up, let's do a first call for the amateur female skim division. That'd be Morgan, Lena, Carly, Adina, and Sierra. Get your board, get your vest, get warmed up. You are the division that's on deck. Okay, Bentley's back out of the water, approaching the start buoy for second pass. Getting some nice carving, some good slash. Nice chop hop off the top. You can see the bottom of the board. The judges want to see that intensity. Ollie in the flats. She's staying busy. She gets to the top, does another chop up. Very nice, well controlled. Nice floater into the chop up. Just goes down, gets a little on the nose of the board. It's okay. She's got a second pass. The boat, or one more pass left, one more fall in her second pass. The boat's turning around, coming back to pick her up. Bentley is a well-rounded athlete. She plays some other sports. She was a state champion volleyball player last year. She loves to play soccer, cheerleading, and, of course, surfing. All right, she's getting pulled back up for the end of her second pass. She's got just about halfway. The rope is gone. The wave is formed. Starts from the back. Gets down on her knees on the board. Walks around to switch stance. Very nice. Very difficult trick to do in this division. Doing some switch riding. Pumping. Gives some shakas and falls out right at the buoy. Great job, Bentley. Give it up. Welcome to the World Championships. Great job. She can hear you. Let's get a fist pump out of her. Let's see it. There it is. There's that fist pump. Great job. All right, she is underway. Give it up for Ko and Sun out of Chinese Taipei. The rope is gone. The wave is formed past the buoy, and the judges are getting judgy. Nice ollie in the flats. Big snap up on top. Goes into a bottom turn to a snap. Nice combination there. Follows it up with an ollie in the flats. She's keeping busy. The judges love to see that. That's an intensity score that we're talking about. There's an air. She's got just under halfway to go. Another air. As she is approaching the buoy, she's got just a couple more tricks left. Goes for that front side air 180, comes out of it. Nicely done. Very difficult trick in this division. Now at the end buoy, she goes for that 360. Can she? She pumps it out. She's got it. She's excited about that. Great first pass. Stand-up pass. The judges love to see that. Shows nice execution in her run. Great control. Stay with the boat. The boat will get a little distance between the first at the buoy, and she'll get started for her second pass. Cohen's got a great podium history behind her. She started competing just this year, and she already has first place and two second places finishes. Finished first in event number 3, which is dropping 45. Then at her event in Taipei, she placed second, and then another first place at event number 5. Okay, she's back up for her second pass at the end of the course. Looks like she's riding heel side on the other side of the wave. Looks like goes for a 360 but goes down. It's okay. She's got just about her full pass in front of her. The boat will turn around and get her. All right, Cohen's back up. Still riding. Okay, now she's back into her regular stance. She's a goofy rider. Ollie in the flats. There's that front side 180 into the shove. The switch shove doesn't quite hold on to that. That's it for her second pass. The boat will continue on. All right, let's give it up for 𝐶 Great overall first run. That'll be it for Heat 1. In Heat 2, first rider out will be 𝐸𝐸, followed by Carly Reitenbach and then Heather Haney. All right, next in the water, Manon Degli, age 32, and she's from France. All right, man is getting pulled up out of the water. Approaching that start buoy. And there goes the rope right behind that beautiful Nautique G23. Passing the buoy. She's getting judged now. Gets down low on the board. Gets to the back of the wave, goes up on top, and does a knee down up on top. Got a little too high and goes out the back. That's okay. She's got plenty of room left ahead of her. Kyle Woodard doing a great job getting that boat turned around. And you know he's a professional because he'll get that boat really close to that break wall right there. Okay, I was told, I believe her name is pronounced Manon. Is that right, anybody? Pronounced Manon? Okay, we'll go with that. She's back up, back in the wave, pumping forward, goes up on top. Nice little floater. Looks like she's doing some really good bottom turns, staying busy with the wave. As she approaches that end buoy, she goes for the 360, gets a little bit on top, falls out. That'll be her second fall. The boat will continue on. Jet ski will pick her up and take her to the end of the course to get ready for her second pass. CWSA World Championship 2025 edition is brought to you also by Action Water Sports. These beautiful Nautique G23 boats donated to us by Robbie and the crew at Action Water Sports. They're located in Mesa, Arizona. Hopefully we'll see those guys out this week, enjoying the festivities out here. Okay, Manon getting pulled up out of the water for her second pass. Approach to that start buoy, the rope is away. Goes up to the top of the wave, doing some nice carving. Does the knee down on top. Showing some nice control with her board. Goes for that 360, nice and slow control, but gets a little bit on the heels and goes down. That's okay, she's got another fall left and plenty of course. The boat will turn around. We got Han there on the back of the boat, looking like a cowboy getting ready to throw that rope. Let's see how he does. All right, not too bad. Gets the rope pretty close to the rider. All right, Manon back up for her final try in her second pass. The rope is in the boat. Beautiful looking regular wave behind that boat. Doing some good carving. Very colorful traction pads on that board. There's that 360, nice and slow. Again, just gets a little off balance. That's okay. Great second pass, great overall first run. Give it up. Great job, Manon. Welcome to Arizona, and good luck in the rest of your competition. All right, second rider in this heat, Carly Reitenbach. Carly is a 15-year-old out of Canada, DeWinton, Alberta. All right, Carly getting pulled up. She's got a nice little cheering squad out here for her. Rope is in the boat. She's past the start buoy, asking for adjustment right off the bat. Ollie in the flats, goes into some good carving. Saw lip slide from her there. Goes to the top, bottom turn into an ollie. Very nice. Keeping busy. Moving some water there. Good slash. Gets a nice bottom turn. Showing good control. This looks like a chop hop from the top. Staying busy. About 3/4 of the way down the course. Goes for the 360. Nails it. Can't quite pump out of the back. She goes down. It looks like the boat's going to come back around and get her. She has just a little more time. One more quick run at trying to get that 360. All right, Carly getting pulled back up. She's got enough time for one trick. Wave is formed. The boat, the rope is in the boat, approaching that end buoy. There's that 360, and she nails it right at the end buoy. Great job. She's going to love that. She'll stay with the boat, get a little distance between that buoy, and she'll get set up for her second pass. So Carly says her favorite spot to wake surf is at Sylvan Lake and Little Bow Provincial Park in Alberta. She also does some surfing out on Lake 𝐶𝐞 in Montana. A lot of competitions in the past have been held on 𝐶𝐞, a beautiful reservoir in the north part of the state and southern Canada. And she is back up. Wave is formed behind that beautiful Nautique G23. The rope is in the boat. And here she goes for her second and final pass on day one. Goes in for a 360. Just goes down. Like maybe she was trying to do a backside 180 to possibly hold it. Carly wants to give a few shout outs. One to Bailey Rush for being the best coach ever and one of the most genuine and grounded people that she knows. That's awesome. She also wants to give a shout out to her parents. I love that. I love when these youngsters give shout outs to their parents. And thank you, Mom and Dad, supporting and being the best boat driver. All right, looks like she's getting up in her switch stance. There goes the rope. The judges want to see this. This is a part of that variety score. She gets an ollie and a flats in her switch stance. She makes it look very easy, but as most of us know, riding switch is not that easy to do. It's getting some nice carves, approaching that end buoy. She drives through the end buoy. Great job, great second pass. Give it up for Carly. All right, last rider in this division. Give it up for Heather Haney, 31 years old. From right here in Peoria, Arizona, and I'll guarantee you she's got a big crowd to cheer her on. Heather does her surfing right here on Lake Pleasant. Behind their brand new Nautique GS22. All right, Heather gets pulled up out of the water. As you can tell, she's wearing that bright yellow jersey. That means she's the #1 seed in this division. She's getting up in her heel side stance. Heather is a regular rider with left foot forward, so she's riding what we call heel side. The judges love to see this, a variety riding both sides of the wave. She gets an ollie in the flats, showing some good control. Gets to the back of the wave and does a nice air heels out her heel side stance. Gets to the top and does a chop hop. Very nice. Staying busy. Gets to the back of the wave. Looks like she gets maybe there's a grasshopper, get an ollie to the top and chop hop down off the top. Got just a little bit more room. Gets a nice air there. Approaching that final buoy. Looks like she's going to have that maybe falls just out the back. That was a great first pass by Heather, showing some good control in her heel side stance. But we'll move on. The jet ski will pick her up and take her to the end of the course for her pass number 2. Heather wants to give a big shout out to Vibes Wake Surfing. She wants to say thank you to Mike and Angie for all their support throughout the years. You're very welcome. We are so honored to be a part of your crew as well. If you never met the 𝐂𝐤 crew, make sure you say hi to Tom and Heather and Kenzie out here today. Oh, and I hear fiance Sean is here too. Yeah, Sean 𝐂𝐤, eventually to be Sean 𝐂𝐤 down there. No? Oh, it's going to be hyphenated. Dubek 𝐂𝐤? Mubek 𝐂𝐤? Maybe 𝐂𝐤 Mubek? All right, Heather back up. She's approaching that start buoy for a second pass. Wave is formed. A rope is in the boat. Starts with a nice big ollie in the flats. Goes to the top, holds it for a nice floater, and then chop hop off the top. Gets to the back of the wave. Does one pump, big air. Follows it up with an ollie in the flats. Shows a combination. Adds to her difficulty score. A 360 attempt, and just so smooth and controlled on that 360. Looks like she's going to load up possibly for a frontside 180. There it is. Oh, just goes down, gets a little on her heels. Boat's going to turn around to pick her up. There she is, giving some pumps in the water. There's the big heart sign coming from her in the water. She's in love with somebody. I'm not sure who. Oh, it's her sister. There's about halfway down the course. She's got some time before that end buoy. Hopefully we'll see that front side Air 180. All right. Wave is formed. There goes the rope. She's got a little bit of course left. She gets back to the back of the wave. Does one air with falls with ollie, just goes down. That's okay. Great second pass. Great overall run. Give it up for Heather. She is stoked. And that is your number 1 seed here at the CWSA World Championships. And last rider in that division. Great job, ladies. Give it up for everybody in the amateur female surf division. Just great job. Your top amateur female surf riders in the world. Congratulations to all of you. All right, the judges will take just a little bit of time to tabulate their scores, and then get out their sheets for this next division, amateur female skim division. This will be a one heat with 5 riders, and the top 4 will advance to the finals. We have Morgan, Lena, Carly, Adina, and Ciara. All right, in the water now, Morgan Eberhard, a 14-year-old out of Chestermere, Alberta, Canada, getting pulled up. Morgan is in her goofy stance. She's a goofy rider. That means her right foot is forward. Wave is formed. There goes the rope. The judges are being judgy. Passing that buoy, goes for a nice slash. Gets a small ollie. She's testing that wave. It's a board slide on top. She goes for that 360. Nice and controlled 360. Judges want to see that control. That's part of your execution score. She just goes down on the body varial, but that's okay. She's got half the course left. The boat will turn around. Kyle Woodard, that expert professional driver, will turn around quickly. Morgan started wake surfing in 2022 and then began competing in 2023. And she wants to give a big shout out again to her parents and coaches for always supporting her. I'm sure her parents are down there somewhere cheering her on. Just so you guys know, about 30 minutes from now, lunch will be served. And right out of Angie's kitchen, I can smell the Traeger back there already fired up. Some extra large ballpark Franks, better known as hot dogs. If you ever not had a ballpark Frank, you are in for a treat. Hopefully somebody will save me one and maybe dress one up real nicely for me. All right, Morgan getting pulled out. Back up for the remaining of her first pass. The rope is gone. There goes the front side 180. Shows very good control. Now she's in her switch stance. A cab 180 out of her switch stance, back to regular. Think she might have went for a shove there, but goes down on the shove right at the end of buoy. That's her second fall. Jet ski will come get her and take her to the end of the course. Morgan took first place at the Canadian Nationals this year. She also participates in some other sports. She does some snowboarding, runs cross country and track, and also plays volleyball. All right, Morgan back up, passing that buoy. The rope is away. Looks like she's back in her switch stance. There's the cab, 540, actually 720, pulls it around. Goes back front side 180, back into her switch stance, and just goes down. All right, Morgan getting pulled back up for the remaining of her second and final pass. She's got about half the course left. The rope is gone. She's back in her goofy stance. There's the shove. Very well controlled. Now the board is in that reverse stance. It goes for the body varial. Just goes down on the body varial. That's great second pass. Great overall first run. Give it up for Morgan. Good luck in the rest of your CWSA Worlds 2025 competition. All right, next rider in the water, 14-year-old from Calgary, Alberta. Give it up for Lana Dutton. Lana getting pulled up out of the water. The rope is in the boat. The wave is formed. I see that she is wearing a wetsuit out there. Being from Canada, it kind of surprises me that she needs a wetsuit, but that's okay. There goes an ollie in the flats past the starter buoy. Goes to the top, goes down for a good bottom turn. Chop hop off the top. There is a nice lip slide into a 360. Nice control 360. Goes to the back of the wave. There's the shove, goes down on the shove. That's okay. The boat's going to turn around to get her. She's got one fall left and just under half the course left to go. Lana began wake surfing in 2023 and started her competition debut in 2024. She also wants to give a big shout out to Bailey Rush. She also wants to give a shout out to her family for their endless support, especially to her dad for the boat gas and driving. I'm sure Dad hopes one day she gets in that pro division so she can start winning some cash to pay for that gas in the boat. There goes Lana back up for the remainder of her first pass. The rope is in the boat. Showing some good control with the board. Approaching that start buoy. Looks like she goes down on the shove again. It's okay, she's got her second pass to get that. The boat will continue on. The jet ski will pick her up and take her to the end of the course. The CWSA World Championship 2025 edition, also brought to you by 𝐸𝐶𝐞 Park. I don't know if you guys remember seeing that obstacle course, the colorful obstacle course with all the bounty when you came down the steps into the marina. They are sponsoring the event. They also are staying open this evening, so make sure when we're done here, you go over to 𝐸𝐶𝐞 Park and do the obstacle course. It's a lot of fun, a lot of good exercise, and they're staying open just for us. Please enjoy. All right, Lena getting pulled back up for her second pass. The rope is in the boat. She's crossing that start buoy. There's a nice ollie in the flats, board slide. Getting to the back of the wave, setting up. There goes a nice controlled frontside 180, just goes down. It's okay, she's got plenty of course left. She's got one more fall left. Boat's going to turn around. All right, Lena getting pulled out of the water for her final pass on day one here. Looks like she may be in her revert stance, showing some nice carving. There's the front shove, just goes down. That's okay. Give it up. Great second pass. Great overall first run in her debut at the World Championships. Next rider is Carly Reitenbach. We saw Carly earlier in the amateur female surf division. Now here in the skim division, some of these riders can ride both styles. Some of them can do both styles very well. Give it up. Here she is out of the water. 15-year-old Carly Reitenbach from De Winton, Alberta, Canada. Rope is in the boat. The wave is formed. There she passes that start buoy. Starts off with an ollie in the flats. Gets some slash. There's the board slide. Goes to the top for a nice floater to a chop hop. Carly staying busy. Judges want to see that for her intensity score. Getting some nice ollies. She approaches better than halfway, goes for that 360. And nice and controlled, gets to the back, pumps it back in. Can she make it? Yes, she did. Great job. Looks like she maybe went for the shove there at the end buoy. Not quite enough course left. No, I think the boat's going to come back around and give her another shot. The Nautique G23 wave forms pretty quickly. Kyle is an expert driver. I think he's thinking he's going to be able to get her back up, get the wave formed for that one final trick. All right, Carly getting pulled back up for one final trick. The wave is formed. She goes into that switch stance, tries for the cab 180, just goes down. That'll do it for her first pass. Jet ski will pick her up and take her to the end of the course. As we wait for Carly to get set up for her second pass, I do have some results from the amateur female surf division. In Heat 1, placing number 3rd, 𝐲𝐶 and second, Bentley Schaefer. And in first place, Ko and Son. We're taking 2 to the finals. That means Ko-En and Bentley move on to the finals. And then heat number 2, in third place, Manon Degli. In second place, Carly Reitenbach. And in first place, Heather Haney. So that means Heather and Carly will move on to the finals. Congratulations, ladies. Great start. And good luck in your finals. All right, here she is in her switch stance. Goes for the cab 180. Just goes down on that cab 180. That's okay. She's got plenty of course left and one more fall. Carly says her best tricks are, of course, the 360 and a cab 540. She's working on the shove and the body varial. It would be great if we saw all 4 in this one half of a pass remaining. All right, Carly gets pulled back out of the water for her remaining part of her second pass. Switches the board to the revert switch position. She's going to try for that cab 180 or possibly a cab 540. There's the half cab, so cab 180. Now she's back with a Oh, she goes at a front side 180, holds the front side 180 at the buoy, goes for the cap 540 and goes down. That's okay. Great second pass, great overall first run. Give it up for Carly. Congratulations. Welcome to the CWSA Championship 2025 edition. Next in the water, Adina Vet. She's 29 years old out of Zurich, Switzerland. All right, Adina's getting pulled up out of the water. Adina's also a goofy rider. The rope is away. There she goes past that start buoy, goes up to the top for a floater. Nice board slide. Gets an ollie in the flats. Small ollie off the top of the wave. Does a little butter slide, turning her back to the boat. Front side 180, nice and controlled. Cab 180 out of it, back to her goofy stance. There goes a 360 down into the flats. Very nice, nice and controlled. Body varial, just sticks the body varial. Great control on that. Judges love to see that. Out of her switch stance, might have been a switch big spin. Hard for me to tell. I do not have a monitor in front of me. If anybody knows how she rides, possibly a switch front big spin. All right, boat's going to come back around. She's got just a little bit of time in front of her. All right, we're looking for the next judge crew. That's the crew in the amateur male surf, masters female skim, and the amateur male skim. Looking for Olivier, John Shields, Max, and scribe Amy Gillespie. Gets picked up. Looks like she falls at the end of the course. Jet ski will pick her up and take her to the end and get started for her second pass. First call for the amateur male surf division. Bennett, Timofey, and Andre. Grab your board, grab your vest. Get ready for your division. The CWSA World Championship 2025 division, also brought to you by Dustin Wake. Dustin Wake, gear and apparel. As you can tell, they have a great booth set up right here on the green pad. Stop in and check out their, looks like they got some nice t-shirts. They got some follow vests. I see some hats. Welcome to Rob and Ashley. Glad you guys are here. All right, Adina getting pulled up for her second and final pass in her goofy stance. Looks like she does a front side 180, holds it in her switch stance. Showing some nice control and switch. Ollie in the flats. There's the cab 180. Back to her goofy stance. Looks like she goes for the shove, has her feet on the shove, but just can't stay in the wave, goes out the back. Boat's going to turn around and get her. She has a little bit of time left. One more fall. Adina wants to give a shout out to her parents who support her financially. The Wakeboard Academy with the best coaches, especially Viola and Jen and Aunt Edwards. Great people, great instructors, and great surfers themselves. Adina's best trick is a switch shove it. She's got half the course and one more fall. Let's hope we see that switch shove it. All right, Nita getting pulled up. She goes into her switch stance, which is left foot forward for her. Let's see if she goes for that. There's the, looks like a body varial. Very nicely done, well controlled, and rides right through the end buoy. Great job, great second pass, and great overall first run. She gives a high five to the judges. Let's give it up for Adina 𝐓𝐡𝐞. Check. All right, final rider in the water in this division, Sierra. Check. Sierra 𝐂�ឥ𝐒, 21 years old, out of Freiburg, Bayern, Germany. Sierra gets pulled up. She's also in her goofy stance. The wave is formed. There goes the rope. Passing that start buoy. The judges are scoring her a board slide, lip slide combination, small ollie. Does a little lip slide in the flats. Showing good control on the wave. A front side 180 and a quick 180 out. Sets up for the shove. Lands the shove, nicely done. Good control. Spins a 360 in her revert stance. Cannot pump it back in. It just goes down out the back. Check, two, check. Sierra began wake surfing in 2016 and began competing in 2023. Big shout out to her family and friends. All right, looks like we lost Sierra's board out there. They finally found it, probably up against the break wall. Jet ski driver brings that board back to her. We don't want her swimming all the way for her board and get her tired out for the rest of her run. All right, she's getting pulled out of the water. She's got about 1/4 of the course left for her first run. There's the 360, nice and controlled. Pumps it back from the back. She approaches that final buoy. She's got one trick left, goes for the shove, lands the shove, and rides it through the buoy. Great first pass. She'll follow along with the boat, get set up for her second and final pass. The CWSA World Championship 2025 edition, also brought to you and sponsored by Bell Bank. Bell Bank, founded in 1966 and headquartered in Fargo, North Dakota. It's one of the nation's largest independently owned banks. Has full service locations in Arizona, Minnesota, and North Dakota. We do some banking with Bell Bank, and definitely that hometown family atmosphere. And we love it because they have some cash to give to us and sponsor our event. Thank you so much to Bell Bank. All right, Sierra getting pulled back up, passes that start buoy in her second pass. She's in a goofy side. There's a 360, pumps back into the wave. And gets that shove. Now from the revert position, does some lip slide, board slide combination. Shoves out of it, but just goes down. Can't ride out that shove out. She's got about half the course left and one fall to go. The boat will turn around and pick her back up. Sierra also takes part in some other sports. She's a snowboarder, and she enjoys surf skating. I'm not sure what that is, but that sounds like a lot of fun to me. When we get done here, I'm going to go look that up. Might try that myself. Unless Angie thinks I'm too old to try something like that. All right, here goes Sierra. Back up in her goofy stance. The rope is away. She's got about 1/4 left. Ollie in the flats. Setting up right before that end buoy. There's another 180 shove. Lands it, sticks it cleanly at the buoy. Goes for the big spin. Just goes down. Great job. Great overall run for Sierra. Give it up. Congratulations and welcome to the CWSA Championship 2025. All right, the boat will come back to the dock. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, it'll be our amateur male surf division will start us off. And also, first call for the Masters female skim division. That's Victoria, Linda, Isabel, and Nina. Grab your board, grab your vest. Time to start getting warmed up for your runs. And while we're waiting, a announcement here. I don't know if you guys have been watching the Weather Channel, but it looks like we have a very rare hurricane that may be affecting the southwest region of the United States. It also can impact us right here in Phoenix and Lake Pleasant. So what the plan is going to be is the Masters Male Surf and Masters Male Skim more than likely will be doing your finals run. Check your email. There's should be an email out. More than likely we'll be doing some more runs, adding some more runs this afternoon. All right, I smell those hot dogs heating up. I'm sure they will be being served here shortly.
Okay, and this one, okay.
Test it. Bennett Bateman in the water. It's a nice ollie with the grab into that slash. It comes forward, goes into the 360. Nice and controlled 360. Very well done. It's a chop hop off the top of the wave into an ollie in the flats. Approaching that end buoy. There's a nice air into the 360 combination. Gets it, pumps back, pumps to the back of the boat. He is stoked. He rides through the end buoy with a pontoon boat coming right at him. I know that our patrolman Joe is going to be all over that. All right, second call for the Masters Female Skim Division. Second and final call. Let's have Victoria, Linda, Isabel, and Nina to the athlete area. Get your board, get your vest, get warmed up. You are getting ready to ride in the CWSA World Championship. Bennett Bateman, 14 years old, out of Lacombe, Alberta, Canada. Home lake is Lake Koocanusa, and here he comes for his second pass. Looks like he is in his switch stance, showing some good control switch. Judges want to see that for difficulty and variety. Going for that front side, a 180. It just goes down. That's okay. He's got better than half the course left. The boat's turning around to come back and pick him up for the remainder of his pass. All right, Bennett gets pulled back up for his final pass here. Rope is in the boat. Wave is looking good, showing some good intensity. That's a nice air off the lip. Approaching that final buoy. There's the 3 into the 7. Just goes down on the 7. That's okay. Great second pass. Great overall first run. Give it up for Bennett Bateman. Next rider in the water is Timofey Vikrov, 12 years old, out of Moskva, Russia. Linda Cooley. Linda Cooley, please report to the athlete area. You are next on the jet ski. Maria, can come up here, please. Linda Cooley, you are getting close to missing your ride. Please come down to the athlete area and get on the jet ski. All right, on the couch next to me, we have Timmy's mother, Maria. She's going to help me out with some of his tricks here. Timmy is only 12 years old in this amateur male surf division. Crosses the buoy, gets an ollie in the flats in his goofy stance, air off the wave, gets those fins completely out of water. Judges want to see that. Does a board slide, lip slide combination. There's a big air, gets the tail out of the water. Judges want to see that. Maria tells me this is his very first season in the surf style. Gets a big chop hop, showing some intensity. Did a little fire hydrant, getting down a sitting duck. Judges love to see that variety as well. At the end buoy, goes for the vadio. Just goes down on the body veer. That's okay. The jet ski will pick him up, and he's got second pass left and ahead of him. Yeah, I've got Maria here with me, Timmy's mom. She's showing just a little bit of nerves while Timmy's in the water, but I'm going to get her to speak anyways. I think this is Timmy's second time to Phoenix, Arizona, where he competed in the Bill Bishop. Just tell me just a little bit about what Timmy's been doing this season.
So Timmy compete, I think it's 9th or 10th competition for him this season. So he did a lot on lines, and we had some competitions in Russia. But it's his first season for the surf style. He trained a lot. He trained a lot in ocean surfing. So before competition, we was in California and stay 1 week for ocean surfing before the competition of wake surfing. I think it can help. Timmy is very excited to be at Worlds third time. But his first Worlds was in 2013 when he was 10 months, and I competed, and he stayed with me in the podium in my naps.
Very nice. Well, that's outstanding. But what I'm going to have is Maria stand up here, and I'm going to actually have you call his run, because you probably know exactly what he is going to do.
Not much, I think.
So we don't have a monitor in front of us, so that's why you're seeing us standing up here in the eagle's nest. We have a nice view of the course, but we have to kind of look down to the east here to see Timmy get up, and he now is up, and he's in his goofy stance on the other side. Might be hard to see for a while, but I think Maria knows what he's doing.
I think he going backside and try to do. Oh, maybe if he stand backside, maybe he land a body varial. Now 360. Come on, boy. I think he landed the body varial.
So Maria thinks maybe you at home can let us know, but he started in his switch heel side stance and did a body varial out of that. It was tough for us to see at the end of the course. Then just fell on the 360 in his goofy stance. The boat's going to come back and get him. He does have better than half the course to go. Okay, now we're looking at the live feed. He did land the body varial. That's great.
Okay, he stand up in his normal position, goofy stance. I think we'll try some snap. Again, air, chop hop, combo, air to chop hop combo. And 360, come on, whoo! Good job, buddy. And I can switch body very well.
Great job. Give it up for Timmy. Great second pass. Great it all first run. Congratulations. Welcome back to Phoenix, Arizona, buddy. All right, next in the water, 15-year-old from Alberta, Canada, St. Albert, Alberta, Canada, is Andre Gangloff. Andre's pulled up out of the water. The wave has formed. There goes the rope, and coming past the start buoy. Judging is on. There's the air. Gets a nice slash. Does the ollie to get on top. Chop off to the bottom. There's that grasshopper. Getting to the back of the wave and building speed. Coming forward into the 360. Quick rotation. Over-rotated just slightly and then goes down. That's okay. He's got at least half the course left in a second fall. Andre started wake surfing in 2021, and his competition career started in 2023. He wants to give a big shout out to his father for doing all the boat driving and for his mother directing his training and giving some good sound advice. All right, Andre getting pulled back up for the remainder of his first pass. Pulls into the wave. Let's go with the rope. To the back of the wave, it looks like it gets just a little too far back and falls out the back. That's okay. He's got his second pass left ahead of him. 2 falls in that second pass. The jet ski will pick him up and take him to the end of the course. Andre back up, passes that buoy. There's that 360 he was looking for. Nice and controlled this time. Gets down on the knee and walks around to switch stance. Call that a walk around body varial. And then a switch stance, showing some control. Touches his knee down on the board. Comes from the back of the wave. Goes for frontside 180. Holds it in that revert position. Then backside 180. He's stoked about that. Gives a big thumbs up to the judges in the boat. There's the frontside 180 to the switch shove. Lands it. Rides through the buoy. Not sure the judges are going to give him that if he showed control. But does not matter. Great first pass. Great overall first run. Congratulations. And let's hear it for Andre Gangloff. All right, that'll do it for the amateur male surf division. Now on to the amateur male skim division. No, amateur or masters female skim division. My apologies. Our first rider in the water will be Victoria Verbitska. And she's out of Port Andracht, Germany. The CWSA World Championship 2025 edition, also brought to you by 𝐓𝐡𝐞 Jewelry. Embrace your active lifestyle. At 𝐓𝐡𝐞 Jewelry, we believe that style should never compromise your active lifestyle. Our collection of unique jewelry pieces is designed for those who embrace movement and adventure. Each bracelet is meticulously crafted from natural materials, ensuring not only a stunning aesthetic, but also durability and comfort for everyday wear. Thank you, 𝐓𝐡𝐞. We appreciate your donation. All right, looks like the judges are ready to go. And coming out of the water, away from Germany, is Victoria Verbicka. She's also a goofy rider. The wave is formed, the rope is away, and she crosses that first buoy. The judges are being judgy. Victoria doing some carving, get a little ollie in the flats, goes down, grabs the board, does what looks like a little front side, half a drifter maybe. Victoria goes down on the knee, showing some good control to the judges. She's got about half the course left. Gets down in the water, looks like she goes for a 360, comes out of the water, so nails that 360, goes down again. She's so far down below the weight, I can't even see what she's doing. Rides through the end buoy. Looks like it's a stand-up pass, first pass for Victoria. Great job. The judges love to see that. That helps her execution score. She'll follow along the boat and get set up for her second pass. Victoria does have a podium win in her. She was present at this year's Bill Bishop right here in Arizona on Lake Pleasant. Her best trick is a 180-180. Victoria is mom of Gabriel Zakarian, was in the amateur skim division. All right, Victoria's crossed that buoy. She's coming out down low below the wave. We're going to have trouble seeing her. I did see a board pop up, so she did fall on something. But that's okay. The boat will spin around and get her. She's got one more fall and plenty of course left for her second pass. All right, Victoria's back up, and she's down in that low stance. Looks like she goes for the 360, stands back up, so she must have nailed that 360. Back down low. Again, all we saw was the board pop up, and that'll be her second fall. That's okay. Great overall first run, and give it up for Victoria. Welcome to the 2025 CWSA Championship. Next in the water is Linda Cooley. Linda's a Arizona native right here out of Peoria, Arizona. And her home lake is Lake Pleasant. All right, here goes Linda getting pulled out of the water. Wave is formed behind that beautiful Nautique G23. That blue steel color and that gray 100-year anniversary stripe. The rope is away. She is starting her scoring. It's just a little bumps out there in the water. She goes down. The boat will turn around and pick her up. She has about 3/4 of the course left and one fall. Looks like we're catching up pretty quickly on our time table here. We're only about 15 minutes from our originally scheduled time, so please make sure that you are ready for your time. If we run ahead, we will keep going. Linda is getting pulled back up. Plenty of course left and one fall remaining. A wave is formed. She pulls herself into the pocket. Let's go with the rope, and she's now being scored. Looks like Linda goes for that front side 180, but gets a little on her heels and goes down. The boat will continue to go. That's her second fall. The jet ski will come and pick her up and take her to the end of the course. Linda List has one of her interesting facts is that she has won ribbons at state fairs for canning food. Well, I would certainly like to test some of that food, Linda. If you got any with you, I'd love to try some. Starting to get hungry here, and I do smell the hot dogs, so I think lunch is being served as we speak. All right, Linda coming down the course for her second pass. She crosses the buoy, and she is getting busy. Goes for that front side 180. Controls it, nicely done. Now she's in her switch stance. The judges want to see that switch stance. That adds to the difficulty score. And she goes down and switch. She's still got a little under halfway to go. The boat will turn around and pick her up for the last piece of her second pass. And there goes Linda. She's got about maybe one or two tricks left to that end buoy. The rope's away. Crossing that end buoy. And she's going to surf right through the end buoy. Great job, Linda. Great second pass. Great overall first run. And welcome to the 2025 CWSA Championship. Next rider up, 𝐬𝐨𝐫𝐿, and she's from Quebec, Canada. And here comes Isabel out of the water. She is in her goofy stance. The wave is formed. There goes the rope, and there goes the start buoy. She's underway. Getting busy, doing some good carves. Does a bottom turn with a slash. It's like a little half of a drifter there. Ollie in the flats. About halfway down the course. Getting some ollies off the lip. Showing some good control. There's the 360 into a 720. Comes down the back, but continues to spin right out the back. That's her first fall. The boat will turn around. She has one fall remaining. And about a quarter of the course left. Isabel's back up. Rope is away. She's got a time for about one more trick at the final buoy. Isabel's back up. Passes that start buoy. Rope is in the boat. Looks like she goes down. She was at the end of the course. Kind of difficult for me to see. She's on that goofy side of the wave. The boat will spin back around. She's got one more fall and plenty of course left. Isabel wants to give a big shout out to Bailey Rush. We've heard her name a lot today. She's a top instructor and coach in Canada. Isabel back up. She's in her goofy stance. Goes for that 360, just goes out the back. That'll do it for her. That's her second fall. That's okay. Nice second pass. Overall, very nice first run. And welcome to your 2025 CWSA World Championship. Good luck. Our final rider in the Masters Female Skim Division, all the way from Barcelona, Catalonia, Nina Rezenkova. Nina is wearing that yellow jersey. That means she was the #1 ranked rider in this division. She goes down on that shove. Competition boat will spin back around and pick her up. She's got one more fall and about half the course remaining. All right, Nina getting pulled back up in her goofy stance. She's got half the course remaining. Ropes in the boat. Little flamingo step there on top of the wave. She goes down into that 360. A little bobble, but controls it, pumps back in the wave. Approaching that last buoy. Goes for the front side 180, gets a little off balance, falls down. That's her second fall. The boat will continue on. A jet ski will pick her up and take her to the end of the course. All right, if you're hungry, we got plenty of hot dogs on the charter boat. All right, Nina back up in her goofy stance. She's past that starter buoy. The rope is gone. She's getting busy. There's a board slide. She goes front side 180. Now she's in her switch stance. Cab 180 out of that. There's the shove. Nails the shove. The judges love to see that. Looks like she tried to shove out of that and just goes down on top of the wave. That's her second fall. Actually, all right, great first pass, great overall first run, and give it up for number 1 ranked Nina. All right, next division up, we have the amateur male skim. 4 riders in this division, all will advance to the finals. We have Gabriel, Nikita, Timofey, and Andre. All right, coming up, show center. Give it up for Gabriel Zakarian, 15 years old, out of Germany. Passes that buoy and gets a nice ollie off the lip. Board slide, lip slide combo. Does a front side drifter there with the little board grab on the rail of the board. And just goes down on the front side 180. Plenty of course left for Gabriel. Boat's going to come back around and get him for his remainder of his first pass, and he's got 1 fall remaining. All right, Gabriel's back up. Got about half the course left. Wave is formed, and there goes the rope. First trick out of the box is an ollie. Showing some nice control, board control there. There's the 360, goes down on the 360. That's his second fall. The boat will continue on. Jet ski will pick him up and take him to the end of the course for his second pass. Gabriel started wake surfing in 2021 and began his competition career in 2023. He wants to give a shout out to the CWSA for setting up this amazing competition. Well, thank you very much. We do appreciate that shout out. The CWSA World Championship 2025 edition, also brought to you by Raw Life, RAW Life. It's a brand of natural sugar-free snacks made from high-quality ingredients all over the world. I believe we got some of those in the goodie bags for registration. I haven't tried one yet, but I'm getting kind of hungry. Could use some of that pick-me-up. If anybody has any of that wants to share, I'd be glad to have one. All right, Gabriel's getting pulled back up in his goofy stance. Wave is formed. There goes the rope. He's got about half the course left. Shows a nice board slide to the judges. Big ollie in the flats. Nice technique on that. Getting some slash, some carves. Approaching that end buoy. There's the 180 shove. Controls the board very nicely done. There's the shove out. Approaches the end buoy. And there's another shove and just goes down. That'll do it for his second pass. Great second pass. Great overall first run. And to give it up for Gabriel. Congratulations. I believe that's Coach Cameron down there cheering on one of his students, Gabriel. Giving a number one sign, yes. Next rider in the water, 37-year-old 𝐂𝐞 𝐂𝐖𝐒. He's out of Limassol, Russia. All right, 𝐲𝐶 getting pulled up out of the water. He's surfing on the left side of the wave. Behind that, Nautique G23, that gray stripe down the middle, passes the first buoy. Goes a board slide and lip slide right into a nice stalled 360. Shows great control. Judges want to see that control. That's part of their execution score. There's the shove. Nails the shove. Right into a front side 180. Comes from the back of the wave. He's in a switch revert stance now. There's the cab 180. A little bit off balance, but manages to control it in the back of the wave. There's an alley-oop. Goes down on the alley-oop, but he's got plenty of course left. That boat will turn around. He's got one more fall, just under halfway left in the course. All right, 𝐲𝐶 back up for the remainder of his first pass. There goes the rope. Approaching that final buoy. Nails the alley-oop, nice and controlled. At the buoy, throws the shove, goes down on the 180 shove. That'll do it for his first pass. The jet ski will pick him up and take him to the end of the course. All right, 𝐲𝐶 back up. He passes that start buoy. Starts off with a front side 180. Now in his switch stance, showing some good control in his switch stance. There's that cab 180. Turns it into a 360 and 540. Nice and controlled. Nice slow rotation. Finally gets that shove. A little off balance. Is able to move his feet, get his feet back on the board. Comes past the halfway point. Front side 180 and just goes down a little heavy on the tail of the board. The boat will spin around. He's got one more fall, just under halfway to go. First pass. Big spin is what Maria told me. Thank you very much. Timmy's best wake surf story is when he started to be on podiums with his mom, Maria, at the World Championships in 2013. Now, I believe that Timmy is still 12 years old, almost 13 years old. So if you do the math on that, which is not too difficult, but I believe he was still a baby. And I think Maria held him in her arms when she stood on the podium. 10 months old, so congratulations to both of them. All right, Timmy's back up. And he is a goofy rider, so it'll be tough to see until he gets a little farther up course. There's a shove. Goes down into a 720. Very controlled rotations on that. Judges want to see that. It's part of his execution score. Gets a nice air. Saw the bottom of the board above the lip on that. Body varial. Just nails the body varial. Looks like it does the switch front big spin. Comes riding out of that. Nicely done at the buoy. Goes for the big spin. Goes down on that. Great pass. Great overall first run. Let's give it up for Timothy Vikrov. I wonder if Mom taught him all those tricks. I wonder if Mom Maria taught him all those tricks. Yeah. Coaching, and yes. Our final rider in this division is 15-year-old Andre Yankloff. He's from St. Albert, Alberta, Canada. And he is up and underway wearing that yellow jersey, which means he is the #1 ranked rider in the world in this division. Gives a little adjustment to the wave, passes the buoy, and nails a big air off the lip. Coming from the back, building speed. There's the 360. Nice and controlled 360. Judges want to see that control. Nails the shove, but just can't stay in the wave. That's okay. He's got half the course left. One more fall. The boat's going to turn around and pick him up for the remainder of his first pass. Andre's back up. The rope is in the boat. He's got just under halfway to go. Starts off with a nice air. Gets to the back of the wave. Throws that backside 180. Now he's in a switch stance. There's the cab 180 to shove out. Approaching that final buoy. Wasn't exactly sure, maybe going for the 3 shove at the final buoy, but just goes down. Great first pass. Jet ski will pick him up and take him to the end to start his second pass. Andre back up in his switch stance. There's the cab 180. Back to regular. There's the 180 shove. Now from revert. Going for the revert 3 shove. Just gets a little, the board gets a little off axis there. Not able to get his feet back on it. That's okay. The boat's going to spin around. He's got better than half the course left and one more fall in his remaining second pass. All right, Andre's back up. Pulls himself into the pocket. The waves form. There goes the rope. Nice quick setup. Coming about halfway point. There's the 3 shove. Little under rotated. Goes down again on the 3 shove. And that'll do it for Andre. Great second pass. Great overall first run. Give it up for Andre. All right, that'll do it for the amateur male skim division. We're going to have a quick judge change. And then get ready for some great afternoon riding with our Masters division, starting with their Masters male surf, Masters male skim, and Masters female surf. And also a quick note that these Masters division may be riding twice today. So make sure you stand by for further announcements. Our plan is to try to get ahead of some of this weather that may be coming in on Thursday and Friday to the southwest region. All right, last call for the Masters Male Surf Division. Masanori, Jeffrey, Tadahise, Hisa, Kyle, and Takayasu. Make sure that you're down in the athlete area with your board and your vest. Good luck to all of you. First call for the Masters Male Skim Division. Julian, Takayasu, Nicholas, and Sergey. Get your board, get your vest, get warmed up, and ready to go. And while we're waiting for the Masters Male Surf Division to start, I have some results. In the Amateur Female Skim Division, we had 5 in this division. We're taking the top 4 to the finals. Number 4, Carly Reitenbach. Number 3, Morgan Eberhardt. Number 2, Adina Vetch, and that means your number 1 rider is Sierra Eiselt. And congratulations, those top 4 will be moving on to the finals. More results from the Amateur Male Surf Division. We had 3 riders in this division. All will be moving on to finals. Number 3, Bennett Bateman. Number 2, Timofey Vikrov. And number 1, Andre Ganklov. Congratulations to you. And in the Masters Female Skim Division, 4 riders in this division. All 4 will be moving to the final. In 4th place, Linda Cooley. 3rd place, Victoria Verbitska. And 2nd place, Isabel Gilson. And your number 1 rider, Nina �RZINKova. All will be moving to finals. Congratulations. Corinne. right, first rider up, Masanori Tomita coming out of Tahara-Aichi, Japan. Crosses the buoy, starts with a nice big ollie in the flats. Goes to the top, chop off down to the bottom. There's the ollie. Looks like he puts a little grab on it. Goes back to the back of the wave. Does a front side 180, 180 out. Goes down for the 360. Just falls on the 360. Boat's going to come around and get him. He swims for his board. He's got about half the course left and one more fall. All right, Masanori back up. Had a really nice first half of his pass. He's got half the course left. Wave is formed. There goes the rope. Scoring is underway. There's a nice air. It does put another front grab on it, front rail grab. Approaching the end of the course. Goes down for possibly an alley-oop, but goes over the front of the board, falls on the alley-oop. That's okay. He's got his second pass left ahead of him. The boat will continue on. The jet ski will take him to the end of the course. The 2025 CWSA Championship also brought to you by OMW, or One More Wave, a clothing brand launched by wake surfers back in 2014 for those who live an active and free lifestyle. Clothes are based on natural fabrics, smart cuts, and designs that work both on the water and in the city. The collection covers everything from easygoing t-shirts to warm hoodies, coveralls, and accessories. OMW. Check them out. Thank you very much for sponsoring the 2025 CWSA World Championship. All right, from the end of the course, back up is Masanori Tomita, and he looks like he is in his switch stance, riding on the left side. Judges want to see that diversity in the score of variety. Does a switch 360, but does not quite stay in the wave, goes out the back. Boat will come back around and get him. He's got quite a bit of course left, and one more fall. We'll see if he tries that switch 360 again. Interesting fact about Masanori is that he says, "I love alcohol. Let's have fun drinking together. I'm with you, buddy. After this is over, you and I are going to have a drink together." Goes up for the floater to a chop hop combination. Gets to the back of the wave, comes forward, goes for that alley-oop, gets stuck a little on top, drops down, but drops down out the back. Man, he wanted that bad, but that's okay. Give it up for Masanori. He can hear you down up here. Come on. Give it up for him. Let's see a fist bump out of you, buddy. Great job, Masanori. Congratulations. All right, our next rider in the water is Jeffrey Rudd, coming to you from Mercer Island, Washington, home lake, Lake Washington. Jeff getting pulled out of the water. The wave is formed. There goes the rope, and here comes the starter buoy. Passes the buoy right into an air, gets the tail out of the water. The judges want to see that. Gets to the back of the wave, couple pumps forward. There's that grasshopper. Ollie up on top, chop hop down. There's an ollie. Think he was maybe looking to follow that up with the 360. There's the 360. Does a no-handed, spins it around. Nice control. Gets to the back of the wave, throws another air to a slash combination. Approaching that end buoy. There's the air reverse. Slides down, makes it. Nope, just falls out the back. That's okay. That was a great first pass. Almost lands that air reverse. Looks like the boat's spinning around to get him, give him another opportunity, possibly for that air reverse at the end buoy there. Coming in on a jet ski, give it up for Masanori. Great job, buddy. I enjoy watching these old guys, and it's because I'm one of them. And I know how it feels when you're out there with all those aches and pains trying to do this sport that you love. All right, Jeff, getting pulled back up. There goes the rope. Here comes the end buoy. There's the alley-oop. And he rides it out through the buoy. Great job. Great first pass. He'll follow the boat, get some separation for his second pass. All right, final call for Masters Male Skim. Julian, Takayasu, Nicholas, Sergey. Grab your board, grab your vest. Please head to the athlete area. Check in with the starter and get ready for your run. Tyler Stewart floating by in his Centurion boat, giving a nice wave to the crowd. You're going to see a little bit of Tyler on Thursday and Friday. He'll be in that pro male surf and skim division. Going to throw down and just dazzle the crowd here at Lake Pleasant. All right, here comes Jeffries in his goofy stance. I see a grasshopper right past the start buoy. There's a shifty air. Saw the board come above the lip. That's nice. The judges want to see that good intensity. There's another 360. Does it without putting a hand in the water. Just tells you that there's more ways, more than one way to do a 360. There's that air 180. Gets a little close to the back of the boat. Goes down. Goes over the front of his board. That's okay. The boat's going to spin around and get him. Let's give it up for Jeff. He can hear you down there. Let's see that fist bump out him. Come on, Jeff. Let's see that fist bump, buddy. Give him time. All right, Jeff, back up, approaching that buoy. There's the air 360, nails it, crosses the start buoy. Great job. Great second pass. Overall, great first run. Let's give it up for Jeff Rudd out of Mercer Island, Washington. Yeah, they're tough. Yeah. And it's all three of the masters at the end here, right? Okay. Okay. Maybe just text him or call him and let him know. Okay. Let me share it with you. I'll send it to you. Check. All right, next rider in the water, Tadahisa Kanazashi. And he's out of Hamamatsu, Shizuoka, Japan. All right, Tadahisa getting pulled up out of the water. Wave is formed behind that beautiful Nautique G23. Passing the start buoy. The judging starts. There's a slash. Asking for a little bit of a change in speed. Goes in air. Getting to the back of the wave. Building speed coming forward. Does a ollie front side 180. Goes down on the 180. It's okay. He's got half of the course left. The boat will spin around. One fall remaining. Coming back to the athlete areas, Jeff Rudd. Great run for Jeffrey Rudd. And going to need all these Masters divisions in this afternoon to hang around. We're going to run your finals this afternoon. Our goal is to get ahead of some foul weather that's going to be coming in on Thursday and Friday. Yes. Tadahisa getting pulled back out of the water. He's got half the course left. The wave is formed. There goes the rope. Starting from the back of the wave, pumping forward. There's the 360, nice and controlled 360. Judges love to see that execution. There's an alley-oop, gets a little heavy on the back foot with the alley-oop and goes down. That'll be his second fall in his first pass. The jet ski will pick him up, take him to the end of the course for his second pass. We're looking for Julian Gaspard. Please report to the athlete area. Check in with the dock starter. We need to get you out on the jet ski. Julian Gaspard. If anybody knows where he may be, please tell him his run is coming up. '25 CWSA Championship also brought to you by Dream Surf. And Dream Surf is a renowned and provocative premium quality swimwear brand for surfing. All right, Ta-Nehisi getting pulled back up. Looks like he's riding heel side. There's a heel side 360. So he's in his regular stance on the other side of the boat, riding on the right side of the boat. There's a heel side alley-oop, goes down on that trick. But that's okay. The boat's going to come back around and pick him up. He's got one fall left and better than half the course remaining. All right, here goes Ta-Nehisi on his final attempt at his second pass. The rope is in the boat. The wave is formed. Still in his heel side stance. There's that alley-oop. Goes down again on that. That'll be his second fall and his second pass. Great job. Great overall second pass. Great first run. Give it up for Ta-Nehisi. All right, next rider in the water coming to you from Kelseyville, California, home lake of Lake Oroville. Let's give it up for Kyle Woodard getting popped out of the water. Pulls into the wave. And there goes the rope. Approaching that first buoy, Kyle gets to the back of the wave, builds some speed, throws that air. See that orange nose come way out of the water, right into a nice stall 360. Very nice control. The judges love to see that control. Adds to execution. There's the alley-oop, and again, nice control with the alley-oop. Kyle goes, hits that air 180, holds the air 180, comes out. Very nicely done. Kyle's got a great run going so far. Goes for the air 360, nails the air 360. Back of the wave, pumps back up. A shifty to an alley-oop combination. Doesn't quite land that combination. Goes down. He may have just a little course left. Kyle is a seasoned competitor. He can pop right up, get into the pocket, and still have time to do one more trick before that final buoy. All right, Kyle's getting pulled up. He's got barely enough time. He's got to pull himself into that wave and get rid of the rope. He's got one pump, two pumps. There's the shifty to an alley-oop combination. He's at the end of the course. I cannot tell if he rode that out or not. Great first pass for Kyle. Last year, Kyle took second place at the 2024 CWSA World Championship in Geneva, Switzerland. And just recently, he placed first at the Bill Bishop, the 2025 Bill Bishop Arizona Wake Surf Open. Kyle has been competing since 2013, so he is definitely a seasoned competitor, a true veteran to the sport. Kyle started in the amateur, worked his way through the outlaw division, just waiting till he could age into the masters. All right, Kyle getting pulled back up. He's in his heel side stance, surfing on the port side of the wave. Gets set up in the back of the wave. Trying for that alley-oop from the heel side. Goes down on the alley-oop. That'll do it for Kyle. Great second pass. Great overall first run. Give it up for Kyle Woodard. Our final rider in the Masters Male Surf Division. Tokyo, Japan, Takayasu Aihara. And Takayasu getting pulled up, wearing that yellow jersey, which means he is the #1 ranked rider in this division. There goes the rope, past the start buoy. The scoring is on. Warming up with a slash. There's a lip slide. Gets to the back of the wave, comes forward. There's a nice controlled 360. It's the front side 180, comes 180 out. There's another controlled 360. Gets to the back of the wave. A chop pop off the top. There's the reverse. Back of the wave, pumping back in. He's pumping, he's pumping. He's getting to the final buoy. Did not make it, just goes down. Almost a full pull on that first pass. The jet ski will pick him up and take him to the end for a second pass. All right, while we wait for Takayasu to get set up for a second pass, I've got some more results from the amateur male skim division. We had 4 riders in this division. All 4 will go to finals. And number 4, 𝐃𝐨𝐧'𝐵𝐿. Number 3, Nikita Konkov. Number 2, �RJ And number 1, Timofey Vikrov. Congratulations, gentlemen. All right, Takayasu's getting pulled back up at the end of the course. He's in his switch stance. Does a switch lip slide. Judges want to see that switch side. Switch riding adds to difficulty and variety. Nails the switch 360. There's the front side 180, 180 out. Approaching halfway, does the front side 180, holds the board in revert, shove out, lands, nails that shove. Switch revert shove. Approaching that final buoy. Does the front side surface 180, 180 out. Rides it up, stand up pass through the buoy. Great second pass, great overall first run. Let's give it up for Takayasu. That'll do it for the Masters Male Surf Division. Next up will be your Masters Male Skim Division. All right, first call for Masters Female Surf. Masters Female Surf, Marichelle, Elena, Lisa, Aiku, Svetlana. Grab your board, grab your vest, head to the dock starter to check in. Stand by in the athlete area to board your jet ski. All you Masters divisions here in the afternoon, please hang around. You're going right back out. We need to get ahead on our schedule. We may be seeing some weather coming in on a Thursday and Friday. We want to make sure you have the best riding conditions. All right, first rider in the Masters Male Skim Division, Julien Gaspard from France. And Julian's been competing since 2017. Another veteran in this sport. Julia's part of wakesurf Geneva in Switzerland. Does a lot of instructing and coaching himself there in Switzerland on Lake Geneva. Had a chance to ride his boat in Geneva. And here he is up behind that 𝐓𝐡𝐞 G23, that blue steel hull. The ropes away, passes the buoy, gets a nice air above the lip, does the floater. There's the 360, nice and controlled. Gets to the back of the wave, a 180 shove with a shove out. Very well executed. Pumps forward. There's the 3 shove, just nails the 3 shove. Comes above the lip too. Gets speed from the back of the wave, an alley-oop. Well controlled, approaching that end buoy. Believe he might have been going for the big spin, but falls. Great first pass. Jet ski's going to pick him up, and take him to the end of the course. Quick story about Julien. One of his first podiums was he got to stand on the podium with 𝐷ominic 𝐂𝐼𝐻. For those of you that don't know 𝐷ominic 𝐂𝐼𝐻, he is definitely a legend in the sport of wake surfing. 𝐷ominic once said that there is no bad wave, only bad surfers. Not sure I agree with that, but he could surf just about any wave you gave him.
Yes.
Julien back up, crosses that buoy. Gets down low for that 360 into a 720. Comes from the back. There's the big spin. Oh, just goes down, gets a little heavy on the heels, slides out. That's okay. He still has better than half the course. One more fall. I have a feeling he's going to get that big spin before he crosses that final buoy. All right, Julian back up. Better than half the course to finish his final pass. There's the big spin. Rotates out just again, slides out, coming down the face of that wave. That's okay. It was a great second pass, great overall first run. Let's give it up for Julian Gaspard. All right. Next rider out of the water. We saw him earlier in the men's Masters Surf, Takayasu Aihara. Obviously, he's shown that he can compete in both styles. Crosses that starter buoy's had a little bit of chop, makes an adjustment to the wave. There goes the rope. Takayasu starts with a 180 out, goes out the back. Takayasu back out of the water. The wave is formed. He's got about half the course left. There goes the rope. Set up in the back of the wave. Nice controlled 360. Couple of slashes. There's another 360. Nice, showing nice control on those 360s. There's a shove, 180 shove, lands on the shove, but just falls out the back of the wave. Jet ski's going to pick him up, take him to the end of the course for his second pass. Again, all you Masters divisions in this afternoon, please stick around. We are going to run the finals this afternoon. Elena and Svetlana, please report to the athlete area. Check in with the dock starter, please. Elena, Svetlana. Takayasa getting pulled back up, crosses that buoy. Goes right into a 360. And it looks like he just goes down, catches an edge. It's okay, the boat's going to turn around. He's got about 3/4 of the course and another fall left. '25 CWSA World Championship, again brought to you by Dustin Wake. You see that big canopy as you walk across that from the dock to this green, bluish green carpeted dock. Right into his tent. Just keep on going. He's got some great gear there. Follow vests, t-shirts, hats. Those Canyon 6 sunglasses, I've already reserved myself a pair of those glasses. All right, Takayasu back up. Plenty of course left. There's the 360. Nice control, nice slow rotation. There's the 180 shove. It lands a little on the tail, goes down, and that'll do it for his second pass. Overall, great first run. Let's give it up for Takayasu from Japan. All right, next rider in the water in the Masters male skim division, Nicolaou. He's from Limassol, Cyprus. Nicholas getting pulled out of the water, wearing that yellow vest. Rope is in the boat. Passing that starter buoy from the revert position, frontside 180 into switch. And there's a cab 180. We'll call it cab 540. Nice and controlled. Still in the revert position. Shoves out. Nails the shove. Okay. I was corrected. This is 𝐷𝐿𝐴, and that is why he's wearing that yellow jersey, because he is the #1 ranked rider in the world, and he's showing it here today. 𝐷𝐿𝐴 getting pulled back up. The final part of this first pass, he's in his switch stance, tries that switch shove, falls down. That's okay. It was a great first pass. Jet ski will pick him up, take him to the end of the course to get ready for his second pass. �RZA Fedorov hails from Istanbul, Turkey. In fact, he is our only rider from Turkey. And speaking of different countries that are visiting us here at Lake Pleasant, out of the 92 riders, 12 different countries are represented here today. 24 of those being from the U.S., then Canada and Japan with 16 riders, Russia with 15 riders. And then next, Germany has a contingent of 5 riders. And all the way from Taipei City, there's 4 riders. And then we have riders from France, Korea, Switzerland, Belarus, Cyprus, Belgium, Elena Bondarenko, please show up for your ride. You do not want to miss your competition pass at the World Championship. 𝐷𝐿𝐴 back up. Lands a shove. There's the front side 180. Into the switch front big spin. Goes down on that switch front big spin. He'll have just about half the course left and 1 fall remaining. All right, 𝐷𝐿𝐴 get pulled back up. He's got about half the course remaining, 1 fall. Let's see what he's got till this final buoy. There's the big spin. Goes out the top on the big spin. That's okay. Great second pass. Great overall first run. Let's give it up for #1 ranked rider, 𝐷𝐿𝐴 Fedorov. right, that'll do it for the Masters Male Skim Division. Next up, Masters Female Surf. We have Miji, Marichelle, Elena, Lisa, Aiko, and Svetlana. All right, you've all been waiting for the Masters Male Surf results. We have 5 riders. 4 riders will advance to the finals. And 4th place, Tadahisa Kanazashi. 3rd place, Jeffrey Rudd. In 2nd place, Kyle Woodard. And in 1st place, Takayatsu Aihara. All right, first rider up in this Masters Female Surf, coming to you from Seoul, South Korea, Miji Kim. The ropes away, cross the buoy, scoring starts. There's a big air from Miji. I saw the board all the way out of the water. There's the chop pop. Miji wearing that nicely colorful hat so we can see where she is. There's the air 180, nails it, spins back out 180, goes to the back of the wave, building speed. Another air 180 falls, and the boat will spin around to pick her up. She has one more fall remaining. Miji Kim getting pulled back up. She has less than half the course left and one more fall. There goes the rope. Helps back from the back of the wave, building speed. It's a little shifty air. Approaching that final buoy. Ollie in the flats. And rides through the end buoy. That'll do it for her first pass. She'll follow the boat, get turned around for her second pass. '25 CWSA World Championship brought to you by Vibes Wakesurfing. Custom made to fit wake surfboards. Made in the USA in Carlsbad, California. 3 different models. Again, all custom made, hand finished. Okay, last call for Elena. Is this Elena? Here she is. All right. We didn't want you to miss your run. We did not. All right, back up, Mijie Kim. Mijie's in her switch stance. Goes front side 180, comes out 180, just doesn't. It's a little bit. That's okay. She's got better than half the course. One more fall left. The boat's going to turn around and pick her up. Midgie Kids back up behind that Nautique G23. The wave is formed. She spins back to her switch stance. She's going to try to get that switch 360 or possibly the 180 to a shove. She's approaching that final buoy. She's got one trick remaining. There's the front side 180, holds it reverse, spins it to round, just goes nose under the water, subs it a little bit, goes down. But great second pass, great overall first run. Let's give it up for Mijie Kim from Seoul, South Korea. Next rider in the water coming to you from Discovery Bay, California, Marichelle DeTrump. Marichelle getting pulled up out of the water. She's in a goofy stance. Wave is forming behind that beautiful white over steel blue Nautique G23. It's got that gray striping in the middle. She passes that first start buoy. Scoring is underway. Does a little ollie with an ollie and a flats combination. Does a lip slide followed by a little snap on top of the wave. So a good ice bottom turn out of the flats. Judges want to see that. There's a 1 foot off the board. A little bit of variety in her run. Marichelle's approaching that end buoy. She gets down for that 360. Nails the three. Gets a little bit off balance in the back of the wave and goes down. She may have room for one more attempt at that 360. Boat is spinning around to give her one more try. Marichelle back up, passes that starter buoy. That's a floater up on top. There's the 360. Comes a little bit too high up on top, and the 360 goes down. The boat will spin around and give her one more attempt. She's got better than half the course and one more fall left. Marichelle likes to give a shout out to Gary Smith. Thanks for helping me get out to practice. Marichelle getting pulled back up. She's getting into her switch stance. She's been working on that switch 360 and trying some switch errors as well. There's a switch ollie in the flats. A switch chop up. That is not an easy trick, folks, and it does get her. She goes down. That's okay. Great second pass. Great overall first run. Let's give it up for Marichelle Dittrap. Next rider up is Elena Bondarenko coming from Russia. Again, Masters Division, please hang around. We're going to do your finals right after this. We'll go Masters Men's Surf, Masters Women's Surf, and then Masters Men's Skim. All right, Elena getting pulled up. Wave has formed. There goes the rope. She crosses that starter buoy, and the judging is on. Starts with an ollie in the flats, asking for adjustment in the wave. There's that front side board slide. Asking for some more adjustments. There's an ollie. Better than halfway through the course. She's got plenty of course left. Goes down for the alley-oop and just gets a little heavy on the tail. She falls. The boat is going to turn around and give her one more shot. Elena getting pulled back up. She's got time for one more trick. She gets up in her switch stance. There goes the rope. Approaching that final buoy. All right, while we wait for Elena to start her second pass, I have some results in my hand for the Masters Male Skim Division. 3 riders in this heat all go to finals. In third place, Takayasu Aihara. In second place, Sergey Fedorov. And in first place, Julian Gaspard. Congratulations, gentlemen. You're off to finals. All right, Elena back up for her second pass. In her goofy stance. Does a nice chop hop. It's nollie in the flats. Tries an alley-oop, does not quite get it through. Falls down. She's got about half the course left. The boat will come back and pick her up. Elena getting pulled back up. Yeah, she's got half the course left in her final pass of this first run. There's a nice air. Saw the fins completely out of the water. Gets to the back of the wave. There's the alley-oop. It goes down again on the alley-oop right at the buoy. That's okay. Great second pass. Great overall first run. Let's give it up for Elena Bondarenko. That'll do it for Heat 1 in the Masters Female Surf Division. 2 heats in this division. For Heat number 2, we have Lisa Wetzler, Aiko Akatsu, Svetlana Belova. All right, next rider up, coming to you from right here in Peoria, Arizona, Lisa Wetzler. There goes the rope. She's past the final start buoy. Starts with an ollie in the flat, maybe puts a little board touch on it. Goes to the top of the wave for a floater. There's the floater to the chop hop, little combination. There's a chop hop. About halfway down the course. There's a nice air, puts a grab on that air as well, showing good intensity to the judges. Approaching that final buoy. There's an ollie in the flats. Coming up on that end buoy, goes for the 360, just a little high on the wave, goes down. That's okay. The boat, not sure she has enough room for another try at that 360. She has plenty of attempt on her second pass. All right, the judges felt that they had enough room to give her one more attempt, so they came back around. She's going to have to get that rope in the boat quick. There it goes. She's coming to that final buoy. There's the 360 attempt. Again, gets on the top and goes out the back. All right, Lisa back up, making her way down the course. She's past that first buoy. Lisa's a goofy rider, so she's in her heel side stance with that left foot forward, showing the judges a little bit of variety. It's an ollie in the flats. Getting to the top of the wave. Oh, just slips out. The board slips out from under, goes down. But she's got better than half the course and one more fall. Let's see if she can nail that 360. All right, here goes Lisa, back up. Her final attempt at her second pass. There goes the rope. Getting to the back of the wave. Oh, that's a nice lip slide. There's the 360. Again, up on top, goes down. That's okay. Great second pass overall. Great first run. Let's give it up for Lisa Wetzler. '25 CWSA World Championship, also brought to you by Wakesurf AZ. That's Mike and Angie, and of course our boat driver Zane, who is out there right now piloting that competition vessel, the 2026 Nautique G23. Wakesurf AZ for your complete wakesurf experience. Instructing, coaching. All right, the next rider, heat number 2 in the water, 𝐸𝐡𝐞 𝐂𝐖𝐒. She starts off with a big ollie in the flats. Here's the ollie, getting her fins completely out of the water. Asking for a little wave adjustment. Getting a few boat rollers out there. There's another ollie, getting that nice orange board out of the water. Goes to the top, comes down for a bottom turn. Approaching that end buoy for a nice lip slide. It's a little off balance, but is able to recover. Comes down into that 360, just gets on top and goes down. It's okay, great first pass. She'll have another attempt at that on her second pass. All right, one more quick attempt for 𝐸𝐒. Looks like she may run out of course. I lost her around the corner. '25 CWSA World Championship also brought to you by Jones Ford in Wickenburg. I don't know if you all noticed that shiny new red F-350 Super Duty when you drove into the park today in the Scorpion Bay Marina today, sitting at the end there. Beautiful truck. Got a chance to sit in that truck. Would really love to have one of those trucks, and hopefully Brian Jones at Jones Wickenburg will help me get into one of those trucks. All right, 𝐸𝐒 coming back toward us, crossing that buoy, getting a nice air with a double grab. Keeping busy, showing some intensity. Looks like maybe a shifty air. Building speed. There's the air 180, gets a little stuck on top and goes down. It's okay, the boat's going to turn around. She's got plenty of course left and one more fall. Let's see what she's got. Here goes 𝐲𝐶O. One more shot at it. She's coming up on about the halfway mark. There goes the rope. Big chop hop. Getting to the back. Little snap turn off the top. Setting up. There's the 360. Gets a little on the toe side. Goes down. Great second pass. Great overall first run for 𝐲𝐶O. Let's give it up. 𝐲𝐶O Akatsu. Just for your enjoyment, your viewing enjoyment, I ordered this flyby from the U.S. Air Force. And of course, our final rider coming out of Russia wearing that yellow jersey, meaning she is the number one ranked rider in the world in her division. Svetlana starts out with an ollie, staying busy, the lip slide. It's a nice air, gets the fins out of the water. The Air Force in the background. She gets that alley-oop, just gets a little heavy on the nose and goes down. Boat's going to spin around. She got just under halfway to go. One more fall left. Svetlana is no stranger to competing. She's been competing since 2014. Her first Worlds was in 2016, where she placed first in the amateur division. All right, Svetlana getting picked back up. She's switching to her switch stance. She's a switch heel side, showing some nice control to the judges. Judges love to see that variety in their riding. There's a front side 360, switch 360. Getting to that end buoy. All right, Svetlana back up, coming down course, crosses that start buoy. Starts with a nice air. Another nice air, getting the tail completely out of the water. The judges like to see that for the air. There's an alley-oop. All right, front side, there's a surface 180, comes 180 out of it. Showing good variety, switching that board back and forward. Goes down in the air 180. She's got half the course left. The boat's going to turn around. She's got one more fall. Svetlana back up for the remainder of her second pass. Wearing that yellow jersey. There goes the rope right in front of us. Does an ollie, gets the tail out of the water. There's another air, and she rides through the buoy, giving the boat judges some love. Let's give it up for Svetlana Belova coming from Russia. And that'll do it for our Masters Female Surf Division. I believe we're going to have a short judge change. All right, the boat's going to come back in for a quick break and then back out right away for our Masters Male Surf Finals. right, I have some results from the Masters Female Surf Division. Masters Female Division, 2 heats. The top 2 from each heat will go to the finals. In the first heat, number 3, Elena Bondarenko, 2, Marichelle de Trump, and Minji Kim. That means Minji and Marichelle will advance to the finals. Heat number 2, number 3 was Lisa Wetzler, number 2, Aiko Akatsu, and number 1, Svetlana Belova. And that means Svetlana and Aiko will advance to the finals. right, a little technical difficulty to Tadahasa in the water. Lands a 360. It's an alley-oop. It just slides out. Goes down. Great first pass. The boat's going to turn around. I'll get one more attempt at that alley-oop. This is the Masters Male Surf Finals. Tadahisa, Kazuhashi, Jeffrey Rudd, Kyle Woodard, Takayasu Ihara. Tadahisa back up. He's got time for one more trick. Throws in the rope. There's that front side air 180. He disappears around the corner. Tadahisa back up, coming down course. Looks like he is in his switch stance. Switch 360. Going for the alley-oop. Just goes down on that alley-oop. All right, Tadahisa back up, got it better than half the course. Getting back up in his heel side stance. Way was formed. There goes the rope. There's that alley-oop, stalls it, completes the rotation. Nicely done. Going for one more. Another alley-oop. Just goes down. Oh, just misses it. That's okay. Give it up for Tadahisa. Great second pass. Great second run. Will it be enough to crown him the 2025 CWSA World Champion of the Masters Male Surf Division? We'll find out. All right, second rider coming out of Mercer Island, Washington. This is your second rider in the Masters Male Surf Final Heat. He's in his goofy stance. There goes the rope, crossing the start buoy, pumps it forward. It's a nice air with a grab from his front hand. Falls back in the wave, is able to recover. There's that grasshopper. Showing some combination, some difficulty. There's the 360, gets a little heavy on the nose, subs the board and goes under. That's okay, he's got plenty of course left. One more fall, the boat's gonna come around and get him. All right, Jeff's back up in his goofy stance. He's got about half the course left. There's the wave, ropes in the boat. Gets a nice air, gets the tail all the way out of the water. The judges love to see that intensity. There's the air 180. Over rotates just a little bit, lands on top, goes down. That'll do it for his first pass. Jet ski will go get him, pull him to the end of the course for his second pass. '25 CWSA Championship, also sponsored by Sun and Ski Sports. That was that tent you walked under as we came in. They sell snowboards, skis, wakeboards, wake surfboards, clothes, shoes, and much more. If you find yourself outside, you need products from Sun and Ski Sports. Go see them right under that canopy. Thank you guys for donation. We're glad you're here. Jeff back up in his goofy stance, coming down course. There's the alley-oop, goes down on the alley-oop. Boat's going to turn around. He's got plenty of course left and one fall. All right, Jeff getting pulled back up. He's got better than half the course. He's in his goofy stance. There goes the rope. Jeff punts forward, gets a nice big air. Saw the bottom of the board completely out of the water. The judges want to see that. Follows that up with a shifty air. Again, gets that board completely out of the water. There's the 360. Got just a little bit of course left. Air 360 and goes out over the top of the board. That's okay. Great second pass. Great second run for his final. Give it up for Jeffrey Rudd. Is that going to be enough to crown him the 2025 CWSA World Champion in the Masters Male Surf Division? Next rider up, Kyle Woodard. All right, boat is underway. Kyle is up. Coming to you from Kelseyville, California, surfing at Lake Oroville, California. Crossing that starter buoy. Kyle pumps, takes 2 pumps, 3 pumps, big air, gets the tail out of water. Saw that orange board and orange fins all the way out. There's the 360, nicely slow rotated 360, under control. Starts from the back. There's the alley-oop. Great control on alley-oop. Stalls the tail right down the face of the wave. There's the air 180. Pops it. Can he pump back in from the back? Yes, he can. No problem on that G23. There's the shifty to the alley-oop combination. Again, nice control on that alley-oop. Coming to the end buoy. Goes for the air 360. Lands the air 360. I'm not sure. Does Kyle have left? Going for the 720. Can he pump it back in? Pump it, Kyle. Don't give up. Not quite. A little too far back. Falls out right at the buoy. But great first pass by Kyle. Staying busy. Kyle wants to give some shout outs to Superior Boat Repairs and Sales. Vibes Wake Surfing, and the Lime Saddle Surfers. All right. Kyle Woodard back up, crossing that buoy. He's in his heel side stance, in his regular heel side stance. It's a nice air. Tweaks that tail back. Saw that orange board come completely out of the water. It's an ollie in the flats. There's the 360. Get it, Kyle. Get it, get it, get it. Pump it in, pump it in. Don't, oh, gets a little caught on top. Can't quite push the board down the face of the wave. Goes down, but he's got plenty of course left. One more fall. I have a feeling he's going to try that heel side alley-oop once more. Kyle gets pulled back up. He is going back to that heel side stance. Wave is formed. Rope is in the boat. He's got plenty of course left to do it. He's going to take his time. He's going to do this properly. Goes for that air. Gets to the back of the wave. Here comes that alley-oop. Oh, just goes down at the buoy. That's okay. Great second pass. Great second run. Give it up for Kyle Woodard. Will that be enough to get Kyle crowned as the 2025 CWSA World Champion in the Masters Male Surf Division? Our final rider in the Masters Male Surf Final, coming out of Tokyo, Japan, Takayasu Aihara. Here he is getting pulled up, wearing that yellow jersey, signifying that he is the #1 ranked Masters Male Surf Rider in the world. crosses that rope is in the boat. There's the 360, nice and smooth, very controlled 360. He's going to follow that up with a frontside surface 180. 180's out of that. There's the lip slide. Gets to the back of the wave, pumping forward. Another 360. Coming up on that end buoy. Goes for a surface reverse, it looks like. Goes down on the surface reverse. It's okay. He's got plenty of room to give that trick another go. Takayasu getting pulled back up for the remainder of his first pass. He's got about one trick left to that final buoy. There goes the rope. Setting up for the trick. There's the air reverse. Does not complete the trick. Goes out the back. It's okay. He's got plenty of room on a second pass. Jet ski's got to pick him up and take him to the end of the course. Takayasu getting pulled back up. Looks like he's in his switch stance, passes that buoy, so some nice control in switch stance. Judges want to see that switch riding. Shows difficulty and variety. There's the front side 360 or the switch 360. That goes front side 180, holds it in that revert position, holds it, does a nice job in control and revert, goes right into a switch 360. Revert way. When he tries to shove, goes down, hits the nose of the board just a little bit on the shove. That's okay. Boat's going to come back around to get him. He's got one more fall. Looks like he's trying to get that switch revert shove out. Switch to 180 revert shove out. Here he pulled back up. He's got half the course remaining. Goes back to that switch stance. Wave is formed. There goes the run. That's okay. Great pass. Great overall second run. Give it up for Takayasu Aihara out of Tokyo, Japan. Will that be enough to crown him the world champion in the Masters Male Surf Division? And for your viewing pleasure, if you will look up above, a flyby from the United States Air Force F-35 Lightning. Do y'all really believe I ordered that especially for you? 100%? We got a jet ski out on the course here. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Joey might be having some trouble out there. We want everybody to be safe on this lake. Maybe we could transfer her to the boat. How about a round of applause for Marichelle? I hope she's okay. Corinne, concussion protocol. John. All right, now back in on the course, in the water, Aikatsu on course. Starts with an ollie in the flats, works her way to the back of the wave, coming forward, gets some speed, throws an air, gets that orange board completely out of the water, follows up with a slash, moving some water. about halfway down the course. It's ollie up on top. She's setting up, going up on top, followed by the chop hop. Nice big chop hop. There's that alley-oop. Does not quite get it back down the face of the wave, goes out the back. She's still got course left. She's got one more fall left. 𝐲𝐶 gets pulled back up. There goes the rope. She's got time for about one more trick. She sets up, does a slash right at the end buoy. Looks like she's going to ride it through. She's happy with that first pass. But we'll take her to the end of course, start for her second pass. All right, I got some results for the Masters Male Surf Final. In the third position, taking home the bronze, Takayasu Aihara. In second place, taking home silver from the USA, Kyle Woodard. And taking home the gold, your 2025 CWSA World Champion from Japan, Tadahisa Kanazashi. Congratulations. Tadahisa getting some love from his countrymen and women. Great job. All right, 𝐲𝐶 coming back down course. Starts off with a nice shifty air. There's the Air 180. Can she pull it through to the reverse? She goes down out the back. But we'll turn around. She's got about half the course left. One more fall. One more pass left in her run. That end buoy's coming up. Just an ollie off the lip. Approaching that end buoy. There goes the Air 180. Goes down on the Air 180 at the final buoy. Great second run. Great finals for 𝐲𝐶. Give it up for 𝐲𝐶 Akatsu. Next rider up out of Seoul, South Korea. Let's welcome Min-Ji Kim. Wave is formed. Min-Ji crosses that first buoy. Starts with a nice air and good grab on that. Comes from the back, pumps forward. There's that air 180. Stalls it, nicely controlled. Little faster she's asking for. Boat driver Zane Howard adjusting that speed for her. Goes up to the top for a floater. Ollie in the flats. Nice controlled 360. Saves it at the back of the wave. There's the alley-oop. Gets a little high, but she's able to force it down. Can she recover? Get it, get it. Yes, she does. She pumps back in from back. Nice alley-oop. Min-Ji. There's the air 180. Goes down on the top of the wave. That's okay. Great first pass by Min-Ji. Some nice bag of tricks on her first pass. She'll have that a whole second pass and 2 falls ahead of her. Min-Ji Kim coming back down course in her switch stance. Starts with a nice big ollie in the flats. Gets a small ollie on top of the wave. Showing nice control. There's that chop hop. A difficult trick landing that chop hop and switch stance. There's a big air. I believe she put a grab on it on the heel side rail. Approaching half the course. There's a switch alley-oop. She holds it in the revert position, spins out of it. I believe she did have enough control on that alley-oop to count that trick and falls on the 180 out of it. You know that's quite a fall when it goes full sail on the surfboard. Good thing we have that break wall. Hopefully there's not much damage to that beautiful Vibes board. If there is, I know where she can get another one. 𝐬𝐨𝐫𝐫 back up for her final attempt, and her second pass turns it into switch stance. Asks for a little correction on the speed. There's that switch alley-oop, holds it in the revert, comes out of it. Can she recover? Yes, she can. Yes, she does. As long as she recovers that, starts the trick before the buoy, she can have as much course as possible behind that buoy to land that trick. The last rider in this Masters Female Surf Final, coming to you from Russia and wearing that yellow jersey, signifying that she is the #1 ranked Masters Female Surf rider in the world. Passes that start buoy and goes for the air. There's another air. Follows that up with the lip slide. There's the 360. Nice controlled, slow rotation on that 360. The judges love to see that control. There's the front side, 180. 180 out of that. Approaching that final buoy. Svetlana back on course. Looks like she is in her heel side stance. No, she's in her switch stance, left foot forward. She's a goofy rider wearing that yellow jacket. There's the switch, backside, front side 360, nicely controlled. From there, there's another 360. I have a feeling maybe she's trying to hold that. Oh, going for the body varial, falls on the body varial. She's got plenty of room. The boat will turn around and get her. I bet she could hear you. Let's give it up for Svetlana. Let's see if we could get a fist bump out of her down there on the water. Let's see it, Svetlana. She's obviously very focused. Lynn Lovelady in the house with Scorpion Bay Marina. Let's give it up. Thank you for all of this, putting all this together. This is the lady that's responsible for all of this. We thank you very much. Please, everybody, say hi, shake her hand. All right, Svetlana back up for her final chance. The wave is formed. There goes the rope approaching that final buoy. There's the body varial, lands and switch, but just goes down at the buoy. That's okay. Let's give it up for Svetlana Belova. Is that enough to retain her crown as world champion? That'll do it for the Masters Female Surf Division. Now on to the Masters Male Skim Division, and this is the final division of the afternoon. right, we have Takayasu Aihara, first rider in the Masters Male Skim Division, approaching halfway down the course, staying busy, doing some nice slashes out there. There's the 180 shove, holds it in that revert position, riding in his revert stance now. There's that shove out, goes down on the shove out. So he's got one more fall left. The boat turns around to come back and pick him up. Takayasu is the first rider in this heat of 3 for the final. Next up, Sergey Fedorov and Julian Gaspard. '25 World CWSA World Championship, also sponsored by Jones Wickenburg. When we drove in this morning, he had a nice fire red 350 Ford Super Duty. And from what I heard, it has already sold. We appreciate Jones Ford of Wickenburg supporting us. And now, Takayasu back up, approaching the final of the course. Does a front side 180 out, and then disappears around the corner. Takayasu getting pulled back up. Beautiful wave behind that Nautique G23. There goes the rope. There goes the buoy. Looks like he's in his revert stance. Does a revert 360, nice and controlled. Takayasu's shown some great control to the judges. Does another 360, but gets the tail just buried a little bit in the water and goes down. Takayasu back up, just about halfway down the course. The rope is in the boat. There's a nice, controlled, smooth 360.
Where's the receiver for that? Oh, you're plugged into this. Okay.
All right, in my hand, I have the results for the Masters Female Surf Final Heat. In third place, taking home the bronze from Japan, 𝐈𝐻𝐿 𝐂𝐖𝐒. In second place, going home with a silver medal from Russia, Svetlana Belova. And taking home the gold medal, and your 2025 CWSA World Champion in the Masters Female Surf Division, Min-Ji Kim from Korea. Congratulations, lady. Great job from everybody. Here we have Sergey Fedorov on the course. Coming switch 360, 540, spins it out. He's keeping busy. There's the 180 shove. Now he's in his revert stance. There's the alley-oop. Can he save it from the back of the wave? Yes, he can. A lot of push from that G23. There's the big spin. It gets on top just a little bit. Goes down on the big spin. The boat will come around and get him. He has a little less than half the course. And one fall remaining. All right, Survey getting pulled back up. He's got just under halfway to go. Spins to his switch stance. That buoy approaching there is the switch front big spin. Gets a little heavy on the tail, goes down. That's his second fall. The boat will continue. Jet ski will pick the rider up, take him to the end of the course. All right, our final rider in this Masters male skim final heat. Julian Gaspard. There goes the rope. There goes the buoy. Julian starts off with an ollie in the flats. There's that board slide. Gets to the back of the wave, lip slide. So 180 shove, nice controlled 180 shove. Now he's in his revert stance, does a front side 180 into switch. Then does the cap 180, back into his regular stance. He has the board in the revert position. There's the revert big spin, goes down on the big spin. All right, Julian's got about half the course left. The boat's coming around. One final fall. His last attempt. He needs something big at the final buoy so that he can call himself the world champion. Julian gets pulled back up. There goes the rope. He's got about time for one or two more tricks. Approaching that final buoy. There goes the big spin. Just gets a little off balance. It goes down right at the buoy. That's okay. Great second pass. Great final run. Let's give it up for Julian Gaspard. Will that be enough to crown him the 2025 CWSA World Champion in the Masters Male Skim Division? And that'll do it today. We managed to get 3 divisions, extra divisions in today. All right, my mistake. This is Julian Gaspard. About halfway down the course. There's that big spin. Comes out of the big spin, is not able to hang on, and goes down. It goes down at the end of buoy. He'll have a whole second pass ahead of him. All right, Julian back up. Comes through that buoy. Throws a nice air. There's the 360, nice and controlled. It gets down low. There's a 900. Showing a lot of good rotations to the judges. Big spin gets caught on top, just goes down at the back. That's okay. He's got better than half of the course left and one more fall. The boat's going to turn around. Let's see if Julian can nail that big spin on his final attempt here. Julian gets back up. Half the course remaining and one fall. This final rider in this Masters Male Skim Division. The rope is away. Julian sets up, pumps from the back. There's that big spin and rotates out of that big spin. Nicely done, Julian. Front shove right at the buoy. And he gives a high five to the judges. Thank you very much. Great pass, Julian. Great finals. Will that be enough to take home the crown and be crowned champion in the Masters Male Skim Division? That'll do it for the Masters Male Skim Division. Great job, everyone. All right, tune in tomorrow for the remainder of the amateur finals and the outlaw semifinals. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early.